Yes, so welcome again to this live session, and today I'm just going to go through the elevator problem. It will be a live coding session. There are going to be no, there are going to be use of AI, and I hope you are going to enjoy it. I haven't done any research. I haven't looked into the problem itself. So it's my first time. I'm like, okay, this is like a classic problem. I do use elevators daily. It's not a really problem because elevators do work as we speak now, but it's like, how can I do it? Just coding, doing fun coding, and so that's the entire aim of the system, and I believe I'll be able to tackle it. It might be not the full thing, but rather something that shows my problem solving skills and also how I could have gone around it if ever it was posted to me. So that's the entire aim, and it will just be pure JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. So, okay, somebody be mentioning me somewhere, blessings to me. So that's the overall aim. Just a moment, I'm preparing myself here. Yes. Okay, so okay, we are almost there. Prepping myself on this end here. I just want to post this in a few places. So I'll just come to this screen here. Go to, okay, I think I'm on YouTube. So I have already searched the elevator problem, and by the look of things is that so this one is talking about the physics, the elevator physics problem, North America's elevator problem, and some other few challenges here and there, but no like active coding in itself. So this one, I think I'd looked into this some time back. I don't recall when. So it's like the entire design system of an elevator system, but for my case it's like I'll just go step by step how I could have achieved it. So there's no apparent video talking about the actual solving. So for that, I'm going to go here. This is the live tutorial, so I'm just going to click share, copy the link. I want to post it on Reddit, so allow me quickly do that. There's a link URL. So this is just a link. I can post its link. I haven't used this also that much. I need to select a community. I'll go with JavaScript, and then it will need a body. So for this one, I'm going to use the same description that I'm using in this video. So I'll just need to copy it. A moment. Where is it? I need to go to content, live, and okay, I can just find it here. So I'll copy it like this and paste it here, and then click post. Can I cross posts? Yeah, it can't be cross posted. Yes. Anyway, so going back to our problem. So this with no AI, just me pure coding the vibes. So let's just get started. And the first place I'll go to is go to my where I'm going to create a new folder here, call it problems, and then so let me just show you the entire thing that I'm doing here for the moment. So in the problems, I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call this one elevator underscore problem, like that. So this way will be coding, and I'm going to open this one in Visual Studio Code like that. So I'll just minimize this, minimize this too, and then I'll just pull the VS Code window over here. So of course there's Cloud installed, so I'm going to do myself a favor, go to extensions, and I'm going to just disable these extensions for a moment. I like RLNs. Do we have any other AI here? I think Copilot must be here, but it's disabled. So I'm just confirming that most of my extensions are disabled, except those that I really need. So live server is there, RLNs. Yeah, so I need to restart extensions, and yes, now we have a clear slate. So of course the next portion after this is doing the actual file setup. So I'm going to create the first file, call it index.html, and after that I'm going to do the next file. We are going to call this one index.js. Of course these are the two common files, and of course the third one being index.css. So these are all the files. Then we are going to link everything into HTML here, and we are going to use the HTML5 template here, and this we are going to type in as the title as elevator problem solved using JavaScript. And of course we are going to link our CSS, so link to CSS, and it's going to be okay, let's use style.css. So let's just rename this to style.css, and after that we are going to link our JavaScript, and we are going to do script with a source of / index.js, and actually I like using this kind of notations. So we have all this. Then finally we are going to use the live extension, that is the 5 server extension, to preview our work. So I'm going on the bottom right of VS Code, I'm going to hit go live, and it has opened the window here. So I'm going to put the window to the right like that, and I'm just going to sort of minimize it for the time being, and also I'm going to inspect, and I need to dockerize this that way so that I can open the console here for any errors. So that's all our setup. So what's the first step? Let's just make sure that everything is linked up well. So first go to HTML, and we are going to type here div.main. Don't worry about my HTML topography here, so everything's just going to be somewhere. I'm going to type in elevator problem. So we have it there. So we are going to just set up some things here. So after and star before, just remove any margins padding. So margin 0, padding 0, and box sizing to border box critical, and then no, we can have scroll behavior to smooth. So no padding, no nothing. The next thing I just want to do is just have some different fonts. So I'm going to go to Google Fonts. I'm going to pull in Roboto. Don't worry about this long setup with like me trying to get into the actual coding, because well, and it takes some time before you do actual coding then. So I'm just going to use the embed codes for now. So I'm going to copy the code, go to index.html and paste it here. Okay, I didn't think I need to copy it again. And then after that I need to go to JavaScript, the HTML, and use it there. So link, so we are going to copy this. You can use this, so let me just paste it here. they're saying this. I'm just going to change this one to root, and the font weight, I'm going to remove the font weight for now, but we can go with the default font weight of 400 if ever we need it. But yeah, oh, and the root is not written like this. It should be root format document. So if I go back here now, we have like proper some font family. So we're just going to do quick styling of our main class here. So dot main, we're going to say text. Okay, let's start with just some random padding. We say the top bottom, we are going to do like 40 px. No, let's just do 20 px, and then left right, yeah, 20 px is okay. And then we're going to do text align to the center. So this is going to center everything, and we're going to style our h1 dot main h1. We're going to say font size to like 45 px. Okay, yeah, let's go with 65. So that's our entire thing. It's just small thing, but well, a good point for us to start. So the elevator problem involves a number of things. The first one being, of course, we need to design something. How is it going to work? So I'm going to index.js, and here I'm going to use the doc format like this. Here we are going to type in everything that we know about elevators currently, everything that I know about an elevator. So we know we have like an elevator works in a story building. That's the first thing, story building. So let's works in a story building. So that's the first thing I know. As of now, my usage with elevators. And of course, the next thing is that there are different floors in that building, of course, because it's a story building. The next one, people are requesting elevators. So request of elevators. Let's use an elevator. The elevator door always opens at some point. Elevator door opening. Elevator door closing. It goes up and down. Elevator goes up and down. So these are the first like theoretical things that I know about an elevator. First, it moves up, down. Somebody requests, the door opens, they get in, they drop off. Elevator drops. User. Let's go call them passengers. And at the same time, elevator has some control buttons. So the control buttons include, first of all, opening the door, closing. So let's combine these two anyway. Opening, closing the door. And of course, after that, it has level or floor selection buttons. So those are the things that I know about an elevator. Maybe same on your side. And then there are other more heavier things like different types of buttons, penthouse buttons that you can't access without the access key, or some levels that you can't access without the access keys. So all those are included in an elevator. And something else, elevators can be more than one in a given building. Besides that, they can they can be grouped in a building, i.e. left wing having 2 elevators and right wing, let me not do that, having, and let's go down, 2 elevators, and right wing having 3 elevators. So those are the things that I know about elevator. So I'm going to put point format here like that. So we are supposed to design our or solve this problem based on this information that we have. And I remember, this is not like a complete tutorial, but rather just me chilling here, enjoying my Sunday evening with this code. So what's our starting point? So okay, not our starting point, but rather the next part after this theory. This might be increasing. This is what I can just recall now, but there are lots of things that we are supposed to design around. So next, I'm just going to try to do something called console.log elevator problem, like that. So we have that one console logged here correctly, meaning we have JavaScript SQL linked. So we can use semicolons or not. So no semicolons at the end of our scripts. So I'm just going to rewrite this a bit, solving the elevator problem, and that's good for me for now. Yeah. Anyways, more to the console logs styling later. So what could have been my first starting point? First is, I like doing simple things first before going to the hard things. So why can't we play around with the HTML and CSS and then see how things work? For now, most of the things will be hard coded. For example, the levels that we have, etc. So I'm going to increase my HTML view so that I can come here, and here I'm going to do div.elevator, and in the elevator class, let's do div.elevators, and in the elevators class, we're going to have different elevators, and each elevator should be having an ID. So I'm going to use ID 0 here. For that case, I'm going to do ID underscore 0, and in this ID we need to have like, an elevator can have like 10, 20 different floors. So yeah, I've recalled something I can add here, is that, let me just add it here as one of the things that we'll be looking at. We say an elevator is in a given level if it's bottom, not bottom, if its floor, let's call it the elevator floor, is within a given level. So we only say it's here if it's within. So sort of, how do we detect that an elevator is within a given level? So that's something critical to have. So let's go. So in this ID 0, we are going to have in different elevators. So not elevator, but rather elevator levels. Div.elevator. Let me call this one dot level, not elevator level, but rather a level. And in this, so this is like a floor level of that story building. We can have it here too. We know it works in a story building. A story building has different levels or floors. Yeah. So in this level, nothing much, but just that's all that we needed for now. Otherwise, we will be replacing this one with JavaScript dynamically when we design our elevator using JavaScript. So we know we have dot elevators, and in the dot elevators class, we need to style this one well. So first of all, we are going to give it a background color. Let's call this one white smoke, like that. We can see it's like the root as a background of that. Background white. Why can't I see anything? Awesome. Yeah, that's better. Now everything is okay. So white smoke is not that visible. So of course, because we don't have the height and have anything here. So we are going to do a width here of let's do 800 dpx. Let's do padding of top but bottom of about 20 px. And then we are going to do a margin auto. So that's our elevator. Actually, it won't be visible for now, so I'm going to use red color. And then we are going to do some random radius. Of course, we like radiuses. So we have our 20px radius. The next thing we are going to do is fix the display. So display, let's say flex. And after that, flex direction, it's of course the row by default, and we are going to do flex gap. Gap of let's do 10px. So for that reason, I'm going to come back here and I'm going to duplicate my elevator twice for visibility purposes. So this one is going to be ID1. And after that, we are going to restyle the elevator itself, dot elevator. I'm going to do a padding of 10px and a background color of white. So, and of course, best if it has some fixed width of, let's say, 200 px to make it a little bit larger, and of course do some small border radius of 10px. Not, yeah. So that's our elevator. So this is elevator, let's elevator 0, elevator 1. Yeah. So in the elevator we have dot levels, and each level for now we are going to give each level a fixed height. So I'm going to do height of 100 px and a background of red. So red is not okay, but let's use something like blue, where it's not that great. I think it will be good if I pull in the actual colors that I used in this in this banner. So let's try to get them quickly. Just a moment. So our root is supposed to have this color hash dot. The next portion is the color here. So in short, I'm going to go to h1 and say color white, and after that we are going to have different levels. So let's have the actual style of this. Now we are just going to restyle the left side of the levels. So some border, different levels 1 to 5 with some colors on top of them. So it's taking longer than I expected, but I believe we can achieve it quickly. So what do we have? I just think I need to have this on the left side here too, so that it can be easier for me to style it. What do we have? Levels. So we have the level, the background and everything. So just need to come here, no bg here. So they are saying no bg, but we are going to use a border. So I'm going to remove the bg and do border 1 pixel, solid, gray, like that. Don't know whether that one has been affected. Solid to dotted, yeah, like that. Dash, let's use dash. is better than dotted. And so I just need to come here and have so these different levels like that. So the level is like this, elevator is like this. Then I just need to do can do margin top of 2px so that we can separate everything. And the next thing that I can see here is the levels are subdivided by just a dash. I do want them to be separate like this with the margin, but no, let's just use a border instead of a back. Okay, instead of a margin top, let's do, let me just remove it completely. You do border bottom to 1 pixel, px solid gray. I think that will make sense. And of course there's no background in them, but what we know is that we have a display. Okay, also there's no background here, and each of the levels is styled differently. How? Oh, okay, it's each of the elevator actually, not the entire elevators class. So I'm just going to copy this here and paste it in the elevator class here. So we have that, yeah, like that. And I'm just going to remove the padding block, just padding top bottom, and I'm going to use display flex here. Content add data level. So I'm going to come back here and do data dash level, and I'm going to do level 0. One, two, three. So I'm going to use before and afters. But something else that I notice here, we have the doors, and like when it's active, there's a border around it, etc. That's a little bit taking me long. Let's just see what we can achieve with our basic elevator. So let's just have the level numbers within to make things easier for us to work with. I'm just going to skip this and do 0, 1, 2, 3, like that. Yeah, so it might be good if you skip this, if you are watching later on, skip this to the end, or you can follow through, but not to the end, but when I have arrived the right place. So display flex, justify content to the center, align items to the center, and we are going to do color to white, and of course increase the font size to 18px. I think that will be good for us, and I just need to do another class, level.active. .active. We are going to do a different color, just to something like what we have here, hash that. So we need to just come here and say this is the active class, like that. So 0 can't be active. I think I need to reorder the way these ones appear, because we don't start with level 0 on the top, but rather the bottom one. So sorry for that, and allow me just manually do the switch like that. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense when they are arranged like level 0 to upwards level 20. So that's why I said JavaScript will make these things all easy. So after that, the next thing that we actually know of is the border when it's active. So we need to have border here, 1px solid, of course the active color, a hash paste. So that's the next one. After that, we just need to have some border radius to, let's call it 6px. That's enough. So what do we know of this after this? I think I'm just going to return my padding here. Instead of padding block, just have the padding, and instead of border bottom, just remove the border thing, and we just need to copy this to the level themselves like this. And then whatever we are going to remove here, instead of this, we are going to do gray like that. I'm forced to use some margin here, so I'm going to return the margin top, margin top. Why use margin top? There's a better idea. Display flex direction call, and then gap to 10px. 10px is too huge. We can reduce this one to 6px. Yes. And now instead of gray is too shouting, we are just going to reduce its opacity a bit to that. Yeah, I think that one is better. Increase the font size to 28, too large, 24, better. And yeah, so that's our elevator. So we have elevator 1 and elevator 1, and elevator 0 and elevator 1. We are dealing with elevator 0 for now. So the most important part now, the JavaScript part. HTML, we just leave it at this pace. We shall get back to it, but at least now everything is linked up together, and we can see that everything works as we expect. And yeah, so the first thing is to design how everything is linked together. So that is, we need to track the elevators, we need to track the elevator levels, or rather the building levels where the elevator is at. So, and at the same time, an elevator moves at a given speed. We said there won't be any physics in this coding, in this live session. So that might be another part later on, me doing like now the physics of force equals to mg, etc. You know the physics, it's pretty heavy, but we know an elevator moves at a given speed. So these are configurable speed. So those are the things that we know of. I said this list will go on increasing top down, but let's now write the theories as we know. Const elevator speed. I'll start with what I think is a good starting point. So we are going to say the elevator is going to move at, let's say, 1 second per floor. So that's about, I don't think if this is the right convention, but let's say 1 second per level. Too fast flow. Let me reduce this to 1 to 5 seconds. So, and I've written 5 seconds instead of doing like 5,000 milliseconds. So 5 seconds per floor. The next thing that we know of, const. I'm going to drop the entire thing called the floor to level height. We know levels have fixed height. For example, no, something like 200, no, not 200, but rather 2 meters. let me do 2 meters here. These values will be difficult to deal with, so 2 meters, I'm going to say 200 centimeters. So 2 meters, 200 centimeters. So that's the numbers that we know. These numbers will change because this is my first time like trying to solve this as is. So there are high chances the numbers will change as we move on. So bear with me and the way we represent them, but these are just constants. This way we can be able to change them later on. So we know the elevator speed, the level height, and const total levels. And we said we are going to have 20. After that, so that's a total of 4,000 centimeters, or rather 40 meters of height. There's another constant that we need here. So we have the elevator speed, level height, and the total levels, meaning we can calculate the speed. Okay, I have a fixed speed here, meaning that we can calculate the time it uses to move. So if this is level time, let me change this one, elevator time, not elevator speed, because elevator speed will be a different variable. Elevator speed will be a different variable that comes, of course, between distance and the time, and we know the height is 200. So let this be level height slash elevator time. Yeah, that's like the speed. It's not accurate speed, but rather a starting speed, because we are going to change everything as we go on. So now that we have all this, we need to create some few render classes that we need, because render functions that we need, because we will be rendering a lot of things to the UI as things change by. So we are going to be changing the active class, that's updating the active class, etc., and tracking the. So let's have another, it can be a constant, but let's have a variable here. So we're going to call it requests, passenger requests. Okay, we have the passenger requests. I believe it can be an array. Next we have let elevators. This also can be an array. So we have passenger requests and elevators. So function, these ones are more of render functions. I'm going to have them as the first part here, and the first function that we are going to have, of course, is render elevators. So function render elevator is equals to, no, not is equals to, no, it's not an arrow function, it's just a normal function. It's going to return, is it returning really? Okay, so this is a render function, and I'm just going to have function create functions, create elevator. So the create elevator is going to just return some string, and in this string, that's where our div will go. So that's why I started with this HTML. So I need to just copy this and paste it here. I need to close this one well, like that, div. And of course, we are going to have the ID here. So level ID, let me use the right params. Level ID, which is, of course, can be a number, string, anything. But for now, we are dealing with numbers. So I'm going to have that one like that. So we have level ID. And this one, the render function is going to render the level inside the elevators class. So the ID elevators, not elevators class, but rather elevators element based on the ID. So let elevators folder equals to document dot query selector Now let's use get element by id elevators, and I think I'm going to move this one here, call them UI elements, because it's more of a constant, something that can be reused. Elevators holder dot, so render elevator, it's going to take in a level underscore id, and then here we are going to say let elevator, let's call this one a new elevator, equals to create elevator, and this one is going to take in the level id. So we have dot add insert adjacent html. So we are going to use adjacent html because we are inserting html, and here we are going to use before end, just after begin, before end, I think before. So it's going to be rendered the opposite way, but let's start with what we can see first. So before end, otherwise it's before begin, I think, and whatever we are going to render is the new elevator, like that. So let's have like an array here, array 20 dot fill. So these are levels, not an elevator per se. So let me just rename this one to levels for now. Let's assume we are just using a single elevator. We shall reach the level where we have multiple elevators. So I'm just going to comment this out to avoid end confusion, so that everything can be remaining free like that. Yeah, so we are going to call the render class here, render. Okay, let's do another function render all levels. Then later on we shall use proper classes, etc. as we go on, but that's something we build along the way. So render all levels. So here we are going to just use the basic for loop. I'm going to say I array, so here it's levels dot length I plus plus element levels, and current level is that one, and then we are going to do render elevator. This is render level, not even render elevator. Level. We have an elevator ID. Okay, my bad. Just like this, that's going to render elevators, and I'm going to have render levels. Let's have elevator underscore ID, because this one is a create elevator, and then we need to have create level. So create level is supposed to be a level with the ID and that, yes. So we just need to come here, replace this statement here with this other statement like that. So this is going to have a data level of $sign level ID, and here we're going to do level ID. Of course, that's it. And actually it will be good if each level has a given ID. So I'm going to copy this to that. Okay, to quotes, I need to remove one. Level underscore ID. no, just level underscore id. Yeah, so we have create level, render elevator. This is going to elevators holder, that's the elevator, and render label. So this is going to say not let. Now this is let elevator element, let elevator equals to document dot query. Let's use get element by id, and let's see how elevators are written. It's id. I prefer go with something like elevator, because this one is more, it makes a lot of sense. So replace this one here to elevator. So we have that one. We need to come here and do elevator underscore $, elevator id. So render elevator, it's going to render elevator in the elevators folder, and this one is going to render the level. We need to create let new level equals to render level. No, not render level, but rather create level. We need to just say level id and that, like that. So what is going to happen here, we are going to insert before rend, and we are going to insert the new level, like that. Okay, now the final part is this one here. For this one, I'm going to render the elevator, and I'm going to render elevator id 0, and after that I'm going to say render level current. So that's what we need for now. So let's just render all levels. This is the only function that we need to call. Let's see how it works. Yeah, insert adjacent HTML of undefined, null, etc. So that's happening on line 55 here, because so level id was passed incorrectly. Elevator, render elevator. What does render elevator do? It should have done that one. So let's do this. Good to do some logging. So we need to do elevators folder there. It's of course here. Did it render the elevator itself? Let me confirm. Elevator was never rendered inside elevators. Okay, before render insert adjacent HTML. Insert before. Yeah, now this after rend, after begin, before begin. What's before begin? So dot inner. So the inner HTML is the right function to use. Don't know whether insert will be working well. Insert adjacent HTML. Before end. So this is inserting next to, not in. Okay, so I'm just forced to do inner HTML. I need to find the right function to use here. and of course it's never a function. So insert adjacent HTML, no, not adjacent element, HTML. So I'm just going to copy this like that. We won't need it as is inner HTML. So the problem with inner HTML is that it replaces everything. So that's the only issue with inner HTML, but well, I don't have a good one, but we shall get back to there. So we have inserted that one, so I need to get the actual ID of this. So elevator underscore ID 0, elevator underscore elevator ID. Where's the elevator render? It's calling elevator ID. Let me console log this one here. Elevator, and we are going to do elevator like that. What do I get? Elevator is null, so get element by ID elevator underscore elevator ID. Now the issue with this is that because it's being rendered on the fly, it's unable to actually find the given elevator. But let me confirm that right before I speak load. So elevator underscore 0. Can I copy this and test it out instead of, also it's not like this. I just need to come here, create level. Yeah, create level, render level. Here where we do this, instead of this I remove this and do, oh, I know why it's failing. It's not because it just wants to fail, it's because it's there to fail. So render level takes into functions or two parameters. We just need to pass in the 0 here. That's better. Now we can see elevator is still null. So can I try it out with just selecting 0? It has been able to find it. Why is it failing? A quick check can be, we go to elements, we look at how it is. So elevator underscore 0 is there, but this selector is unable to find it. I'm going to comment out most of this. See, elevator is null. Get element by ID. Think I messed up my, we need to start with the level ID, then elevator underscore ID. This will be absolutely correct. Yeah, then let's uncomment this. Now we have all this inserted there. I don't know why so. Level underscore comma. Oh, I needed to come here and fill that, and the current level is not even this, but rather I just want the I, not anything else, like that. So we have yeah, so I can't really use this the way it is. So what I'm going to do is just find all the elements and create a single element from there, and then pump them into the actual elevator. So let's just quickly have that one. So we have the render level, render all level. Instead of it doing this, I think I'm going to call render levels, and this is going to hold all this. Okay, good. So let me just get rid of that. Give me a moment, I need to look at something here. reload this page. I think I need to go back a bit, go to the broadcast channel. Okay, I think I'm good to continue. So the next part is just rendering all the levels that we have here. Confirming. Okay, yeah, so it's me rendering all the levels, and this one requires me to just do this. We have the elevator, we have the new level, and I just need to do a for loop here. I'm going to do let levels, all levels equals to, instead of create level, I'm going to cut this one out to a string so that I can come here and I do like this create level. So let level equals to that create level ID. I need to do current level. I don't really need any of this here. So we have the level, so we are going to do all levels plus equals level, and then what we're going to do is inner HTML here, and after the inner HTML we are going to do equals to all levels. So that's what we needed here, and we are going to render all levels. So we have render elevator, which will of course render the elevator, and then we are going to render all levels for that elevator 0. Is elevator 0, elevator ID, we select the elevator and we add everything there. So let's go to the console and see what came up. Underscore is not defined. Where is underscore? Line 28. Line 28. Because I'm going to fill by 1. And this one is utterly not okay. It's doing X level current. Let's see what create level returns. And in fact, console.log all levels. I expect to just see HTML here. Let me see what it's logging. So all levels is just a single level ID 0. For I levels dot length. So okay, yeah, my bad, it's just a single array. That makes a lot of sense. And of course we need to come here and fix level ID. That that was bad of me. Yeah, so my issue was just simple. I had an array in an array, using an array within like array.fill 20. So I just picked 20 as the total number of levels, and in fact it's best that I do total levels here instead of just the 20 like that, so that we can use our information as is. So these are all our levels. You can see we have between 0 to 19 showing the 20 levels. So if you just move forward, the next portion of this will be we invert the numbers, because we know level 0 starts from the bottom upwards. So what are we supposed to do? So for that one, I'm going to come here where we do levels. Instead of doing like this, we just need to start from the levels.length, then we subtract backwards. So levels.length, that's the first thing. I is greater than 0. and then we are going to do I minus minus instead of plus plus. So that's more of a reverse, but now it has sort of started at not 0, but rather 1. I think it's because it's 19 and I've said it's greater than 0. I need to add equal signs here. Let's see what will happen. So we have 0 to 20. Now I need to skip 1 here, just be secure, like that. So we have 0 to 19. Absolutely. So we have reversed everything as we expect. Now that we can say the active level, so here we are going to have another function, set active level equals to, not equals to, set an active level. So we are going to take in a level underscore ID, and for this one it's going to find all the levels in elevator 0. So the level ID, and I'm going to, for now, let's make the function complete. For example, it will also take in the elevator ID so that we can select the elevator ID. So we have this selector here. I'd move it a little bit out. Function get elevator. Yeah, so this function is going to help us do this stuff of selection. And currently, if you see, I haven't used any try catch because I haven't handled any errors, because that will be a later thing. So I'm going to do this way. It will be easier for me to have a reusable function. Elevator ID, I'm going to put the elevator ID here. So the elevator, so set active level, it takes in, of course, the first thing we need the elevator, and then we need to find all the children, remove the active class from them except 1. So let all children, or let me call them all elevator levels, levels equals to elevator dot so I can call the children. Don't know whether I can quickly just do like elevator dot children dot, what is this children first? Parent returns the child elements. Okay, it just returns the child elements. Let's children. Let me just revert back to what I had before. Yeah. So all elevator levels dot, just a moment, console.log all elevator levels. What happens here? I need to call this function. After this, I need to call it here. Instead of render all. I'm going to rename the function to render all, because it's sort of doing lots of things here. 0 children is not a function, absolutely. What will this do? So this one has returned a collection of 20 of them between 0 to 1. Now between 0 to 19. Now can I do something like all elevator levels dot now dot, we have dot length dot item, so I just need to iterate over each of them and remove the active class and set the one that needs to be active. So we know we have 20. We can just go the shortcut way of renaming, just iterating over the elements, identifying the active one and setting it up. So here I'm going to go to, I need to remove the active class from all of them first. That's the first thing. So I need to find a way of doing that. We have dot children, we have dot something else. Let's just use children for now as is, and I'm going to do a for loop here, and index I to, instead of array.length, all elevator levels, actually I do think they have dot length. Array is not defined, of course it's not. All elevator levels dot item. The item requires an index, for example index I. Let me rename this one to level. Level dot class names class list, remove class level dot, we have dot class list. This is a setter, read only, yeah. So we need a way of removing and adding back a class list. So if level dot contains dot class list dot contains active, if it contains active, we just need to remove that one. Oh, my bad. This is an if statement. I need to do a proper if statement here. If it contains a given class, that's the active class, level dot class list, class name, is this a setter, is this a getter, the class name property equals to level, and then what we're going to do is we need to have get level, get elevator. We need to have get level, which will take in an elevator ID and of course a level ID. So get element by ID that let elevator equals to, so this our elevator here. We are going to use the actual method get elevator, which will take in the elevator ID, elevator dot child nodes dot so we have dot values dot entries dot for each dot keys. What are the keys? Level 1 to level 20 maybe, but I need to return for each item item dot I just need to get the ID. So how do I do that? Get element ID, replace append, now item, let me do this, just one piece, so we learn, we go. just need to come here, set active level. After this, I need to do that, get level, elevator ID with the level ID, and that's it. So it's going to render each of them as they are, top down. Data level, I can use these data level classes. They make a lot of sense when doing selection within that specific element. So yeah, that's absolutely correct. So get level, instead of doing this, we just do like a return elevator dot get element. So we have by tag name, by class name, by ID, and here we can just quickly like resolve this one to something like level underscore $ level ID. I think this is the good one to go with. Elevator is not a function. Get element by ID. Get elevator, what does elevator return? Console.log the elevator. I don't have relevant data sent to Google. Who said I wanted this relevant data to be sent? Let's just do this. How can I disable this thing of relevant data being sent to Google? I don't know. So it's saying .get element by ID is not a function. That is line 53, of course. This should have worked. Let me just do this, for example. Let elevator equals to, I'm just going to paste this in. They need to me allow pasting, whichever. Document.get elevator underscore 0 elevator dot get element by ID level underscore 0. That's not a function. Okay, sure. So we just need to find a proper working function here, and this one to be get element by class name is really hard. And I wonder why this one is not working. I need to just start doing my catching. Still it just flows down through, meaning this is not the actual issue. So let me just do myself a favor and copy the child nodes issue from here, this render. Yeah, I just need to do that one and map through for each of the levels. I need to just map everything through again. The reason as to why I'm doing this is to just make sure that the level exists within a given element, within a given elevator. That's why I'm sort of doing all this. Level.class list, level dot what do we have? Get attribute node, get attribute yeah, HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Okay, I need to do this, do that. Let node active, let level to return equals to null. So I'm just going to iterate through each of the levels, and if the level.id equals to like what we expect to get, level underscore level ID, we are supposed to set level to return equals to this level, and we're supposed to return here level to return something of sort. Okay, I think let's just see, get level, let level equals to, we are doing that, console.log level to set. I'm going to do level to set. Just need to have that. It's saying null. Got get level do. Okay, let's start from here. Console.log level.id level 19, etc. So okay, yeah, bad. Okay. Okay, so we have all those, except it seems to have missed something here. I need to identify what. Console.log found, it never found it. Level.id, what ID did I pass here? yeah, my bad, need to pass it the level ID. So we have our level here. We need to set an active level. Yeah, so after that we just need to say level to set. Dot class the class name property, the class list is a read-only. I'm just going to do that and say level comma active. Yeah, that seems to be working. So if I do level 2, it's going to okay, of course I need to do level 1. It's going to move it upwards like that. Yeah, makes sense. Everything is being set correctly. You can see we can move or set active levels. So that's the first one. We can say now we have a complete rendering engine. And if I may go here, I need to reduce this to a size that we can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 levels are just okay for testing purposes. So easy peasy, do that, and we have 8 levels. So 0 to 8, and level 1 is the active. We said the first, of course, we'll start with the 0 as the active level. So what's going to happen here is that users are supposed to be requesting. So that's what we had here, where we did do like requesting of levels. We had see it's passenger requests. So we said passenger requests is going to be handling the requests. So if a passenger requests from level 5 and they're going down, then we are supposed to select from that level down. I do think we need to have a way of tracking. So the passenger requests here is supposed to be something like an object, so that we can know a few things. For example, where they requested from, so the level they were when they were requesting. So for example, this can be any, they requested from level 0, and of course something else you can't request downwards from where you are unless yeah, that's another constraint, something like the elevator cannot go beyond its given bound levels. So for example, if we have a 20 story building, an elevator can only go up to level 20, so max, etc. So if 20 is at the center, let me try to see if I can be able to write this one correct. So it cannot go below 0 and cannot go above 20. So that's hard. So here is the elevator. It can only go below 20 and above 0. Yeah, above 0, below 20. Does this even make any sense? An elevator 20 is greater than the elevator. It should be something, I don't know, like this or like this. Programming can be hard, but yeah. So an elevator cannot go beyond, elevator is greater than 20. No, this is wrong. An elevator is like that. I think I do need to ask something. So this is like a Google ask, how can you resolve elevator constraint of above? How can you resolve? How can you show elevator constraint of above 0, below 20? So that's the question here. So do you think I need to go to yeah, we have the elevator paradox. Yeah, 0, 20, p. That's our elevator here. So what did I do here? I do think I reversed the entire thing. That's why it's this way. Yeah, I do just need to reverse the thing. It was correct, except in the reverse way. This should be the correct order. Yeah, this makes sense. We are done with AI. Yeah, now let's get back to coding. So that's the so n levels. This should be n levels like that, not 20. Yeah, so that's another constraint that we have. So whenever somebody is requesting from level 0 upwards, they click upwards, it can go that direction. If they click downwards, then it should sort of, okay, based on the current life elevators, they do nothing when you click on the last level downwards. Actually, the button should be disabled if you try to request something downwards. Yeah, so that's more of another constraint. And also above level 8, we are supposed to disable the up button. So we need to render the buttons and then track the levels. So if you passenger at level 0 requests the elevator direction, they say they're going down, yeah, that's it. So we have passenger requests, that's the first one, and the passenger drop-offs. Passenger drop-offs. So it's like also when, let me rename this to passenger requests. Passenger requests. So that's the first one. And of course we have passenger drop-offs, and the drop-offs also sort of the same object, but the level of at which they are supposed to drop. And that's critical. So the level at which they are dropping off. And of course, something else that we need to track. We said we had only a single elevator, but let elevators equals to an array, and also for elevators we need to track the state of an elevator. So elevators, so the state can include the total number of passengers on board, but currently this one will be default 0, will remain 0. We are not going to change this number for now. It will just remain exactly that way it is. So I just need to add a comma in the right place. So yeah, the commas are added. Yeah. So what happens? We need to track things like is engaged. So is engaged means that somebody has already requested it, another user can't request it immediately. So we do a queue. So help in doing queues. That one is hard. So we need to also to track elevator queues. But if we look at the passenger requests, the elevator needs to go to that floor if there's a request for it. Means that's our queue. I believe we shall debug it as we go on. But yeah, that should be our exact queue. Yeah, so the next portion of course is now we need to render the request buttons on each of the floors. So for now I'm going to add like because this is not the building itself, so I'm just going to add buttons to each of the levels so that we can see how everything works out. So for now I'm going to do render all. I'm just going to remove the render all thing and I'm going to return my levels here. I'm going to remove the second ID or the second elevator like that, so that I have this so that I can be able to see how I'm going to render the actual items. So we use div display center, but the level ends there. Then we need to have like the actual buttons somewhere. So div dot buttons. So div dot button. So the button, I'm going to say up, up, CV, down. So U for up and D for down. And of course, I need to render something here, div dot content, and I'm going to say maybe this content 3, right? Yeah, let's do 3 as is. So up, down for buttons and a 3. So we just need to redesign the entire style here. So quickly, so we have a dot label. So we did display flex, just for content center and align items to the center. Something else that we need to do is deal with the buttons. Dot label, dot buttons. So for this one, we are going to say display flex actually just need to use the right class or the right semantic element for this to make a lot of sense, like that here. So dot buttons, flex direction to column, and then yeah, that's enough. Maybe some gap to px, and then I need to go to style the button, and in the button we are going to say border to none, radius to border radius to 10px, too large, let's do 4, and some padding of, so I need to reduce this one to maybe 6, and I need to come here and add some classes like that, up down. We'll use the classes here, dot up, I'm going to say, let me say background. Okay, let's just have some background here first. So the buttons are going to have a background of the same as the background of our body, but some background hash paste. I just need to adjust this a bit of like that. We just make it lighter. Okay, opacity doesn't work in such a case. It's me to change the actual color to be brighter, like that. And then we need to say, oh, okay, I need to copy that and paste it here. And we need to have a color of white. Actually, this is not for this dot buttons. Yeah, let that be there. So each button has that sort of color, and instead of this being the border, so I'm going to have dot content here, and this one is going to have this border. We did 100%. Height 100%. Display to flex. Line items center. Justify content center. So instead of we did 100%, I'm going to use flex 1, same as 100%. I'm going to copy this and put it here. Actually, now I don't need this to here. And then we have the dot level. So we had justify content align items center. Just need to add gap of 10px. Just separate the two. So if I request up, right click up, then it should be moving up. So if I have requested up, and it's active, then we just need to change the color to red. So let me confirm whether that one works. Okay, I think it's reordering issue. Can it word that? And yeah, that's absolutely correct. So we do that one, and we need to, let me see if the background will make sense, if it's a little bit different. Let's map this to a reddish view instead of whatever the publish is. Yeah, like that. So that is not dot app dot active, but rather dot button dot active. I think it will make sense if it's both being using the same. So we have all the classes that we need. Now that is if somebody has requested an app value of it. So I need to copy my level now. Now that's why I said these things will continue changing. So I'm removing it from there so that I can use it in JavaScript. Where's the render level? Okay, something else I need to do is add the on-click listeners now, so that it can be easy for me to deal with it on click. So we need to have another function to help us achieve request function, request elevator. So if you request an elevator, Control Shift from Control Shift yeah. So if you are requesting an elevator, you request it with the level underscore ID, and of course with the elevator underscore ID. So then here what we are going to do is set active level to elevator ID and level ID. So that's all that we need. So I'm going to copy this function and I'm going to pass it here, and it's going to take, of course, its parameters. Level ID, for example, 0, 0, 0, 0. And something else that we need to do is Besides that, we need to set the direction. And this is just setting an active level, but rather we might not be really using the set active level function now. So we are going to fill the array with the values and then show active buttons. Absolutely the thing. So we need to give each button some sort of level. So let's see whether we can achieve that. Yeah, we are already almost 2 hours into this entire session. So if you have some questions, you can post them. I think I can be able to look them up. So just a moment. Yeah. So what's up for us next? So we need to make sure that our buttons have, just a moment, let me close this. We just need to make sure that our buttons have where how we can be able to track them down. So one way we can achieve that one is using how is it called? Is using the level class or the level ID. For example, we need to add IDs here, or the data levels. So we need to say ID equals to level underscore $sign ID. Okay, 3, not ID. So with this one, we can be able to select the children within and then set the classes that we need, for example, active, and remove or add some classes, or we can query the actual button itself. So let's use the other way around. Instead of tracking each button separately, we track the levels because there will be less of them. But if we track each button, then there will be 2x the levels. Yeah, so let's go ahead and yeah, let's go ahead and try to achieve that. So I need to fix this. So we need to copy we have the elevator. I need to separate this so that I can see what I'm doing. Don't need this anymore. So I'm going to copy this here, and I'm going to comment out most of this like that. I'm going back here. I'm going to my create level class. That's what we had before, but now things have changed a bit. So we need to paste this in. I'm going to just align it well. For example, 2 tabs like that. So we had the level ID here. So data level, I need to copy this, and it has its ID. So copy that, replace the ID here. Next, find the level ID, copy that, replace it here. Then next, update these values here. So this one can be replaced by this. So create level will require us passing in the elevator ID. This should be elevator ID, not level ID. Yeah, so let's just do that. So we start by elevator ID. Could do elevator ID, and of course the level ID. and of course the direction, which was up. So I'm going to copy the on click button here, on click attribute, paste it here with down. Yeah, so we have all those. Next is just let's hit render and see what will happen. Yeah, everything is rendered well, except now create level was changed. So here, whenever we are rendering, set active level, render levels, elevator ID, create level, we need to pass in the elevator underscore ID. Yep, now we have everything. So the active level currently is level 0 because we set it here. But whenever a user calls this function, we need to do something with it. So let's do a random thing here, console.log. We are elevator ID, level ID, and something else is the direction. Yeah, so if I hit, let's clear the terminal. If I hit on this level 6, 0, 6, and it's saying up, down, 0, 6 and down, same 0, 4 up, 0, 4 down. So that's what we have. So now we can now pump this into the requests, passenger requests. So in passenger requests, okay, yeah, passenger request requires us to have the level, and also let's add an elevator here to make things even better. So we also add the elevator here. So that's our passenger request. So I'm just going to copy this. Need to separate this for visibility purposes. Yeah, that's okay, and that's okay. So we are going to create that object here. Let's call it request, const passenger request equals to that. So we need to pass in the level ID, and actually let's compile it here to make sense of it. So level underscore level ID. I need to have that one for elevator. Elevator underscore elevator ID. So we have that, and of course now finally we do the direction. So we have our information. I'm going to format this. So we have our request, and we are going to do passenger requests. And let me rename my variables a bit to use the whatever I've been using. The case that I've been using to maintain it, so that it can make it easy for me to. So passenger requests dot push, so we can push in the new passenger request. So we'll need to drop off the passenger requests with the time. The moment the elevator reaches that position, it opens. We need to drop any request on that value. So we need to have that one as another constraint here. We say the moment and the elevator opens at a given position, we need to drop all requests from that path. So we'll need to drop all requests from that level. Exactly. Let's come here and level. So that's the flow. If the elevator opens, then we'll need to drop that specific portion, because nobody wants to remain with active requests whenever the elevator has opened its door at that specific position. So what I'm going to do is remove that one off. So that's another thing that we'll need to track at some point. So we have the requests here, and now we can console log the requests, and actually I can console log them out here. Let's call them passenger requests. So with this, I need to, if I click D, then that's done that, it has done the same request. So that's another one that we can fix now. We don't want to track the same entry. So how can we achieve that? So because the way objects work, I'd prefer we have some now let's do some classes. It's a small class. So what we are going to do here is, can we use a class? Yeah, we can use a class to achieve that. For that one, I'm going to introduce a new file, and this file is going to be called, let me call it the worst class ever, classes.js, but it's very bad to name things this way, so best I call it elevator underscore classes.js. So to link them up, I need to have this, it's linked here like that. And one thing we can do here is try to create a class passenger request, and for our class here, it's going to have a new. So for that one, we have constructor, and in the constructor class, it's going to have like the elevator ID. I think that one is a very long name. I'm going to call LID for level ID, and the direction for up and down. So what's going to do is create a new object, which is going to be, let me just copy this thing here, which is going to be exactly this. So it will require all these values. Format the document for this class. So let me just do LID. Okay, this should be LID, elevator ID, and the direction. My bad. I need to do that. I need to do LID and elevator ID. L and let me rename this one to FID, flow ID in this case, because the short form LID and FID is going to be chaotic. But yeah, you can map them together that way, so that it can be easy to find them. Okay, now we need to have like a way of comparing these different levels. For example, I'm going to do a function compare levels, not compare levels, but compare requests. My bad. So first of all, it will require a request. So of course, a request, and it will compare it against this specific request here. So it is like if request dot. So request.level equals to this dot level. Next, we have request.elevator equals to this dot elevator, and then next, I'm using next instead of and my bad. And request dot direction equals to this dot direction. So that's the first thing, and in fact we don't need anything else. We can just return this, and that's it. Compare. So compare with this. So it's just a way of comparing with this specific request. The next thing that we need to do is compare all requests. So this one is going to take all requests, comma, with this specific, just with the new request that is going to be passed in. Yeah, so I do think it's good to have request with the new request, all requests with the new request that's coming in. So for this one, it's going to do a comparison just within the specific area. So this is for, I'm going to use symbol loop here, and this one to be all request.I, current request to all requests index I. So it's going to try and find a given value. So I'm just going to copy I'm going to have compare to, that is rec1 with rec2. This is the first way. So rec1 equals to rec2 rec1 equals to, I'm going to hit Control D and then say rec2, like that. And this rec1. So compare to, so I'm going to do compare to the current request with the coming request, of course. And I'm just going to do a return. So not return per se, but rather const match found equals to, if a match is found, return true, break and return true. Here we are going to just return false. Oh, I need to return false in the right place there. So these are like more public functions, and this class has to be initialized with the new method. So it's not that great, but well, it will do us a good favor. So let's try to use the class here. So we have a passenger request here. So instead of it being like this, we are going to do a new passenger request like that. And of course, instead of everything here, we are going to start with it will take in, the first thing it will take in is the elevator ID, so which is the elevator ID, and the next thing is going to take the FID, which is the floor ID, which is now the level ID, and finally it's going to take in the direction. So that's all that it should take in. And then after that we just save it there. But before we save it, we need to compare So we already have the passenger request, class. We can do if, an if statement here. If passenger request dot, we are going to compare all requests, and of course we are going to pass in the passenger requests here with the current. How can we compete with the current? We can compete with the current, just a moment, with the current passenger request. What is it going to return? Let's do an exist. Const exists equals to that. So we are using the exists. Let me console.log exists. Let's first see whether everything works or it doesn't. So if I click up, it is going to console log that compare is not a function. Compare all requests. Why this is not a function? Okay, something else we can do is just console.log this. Let's see what's going to give us up. If I look at our class here, it doesn't seem to be having some methods. For example, the compare methods. So do I need to refresh this? Okay. Constructor has one property is our methods are not available. No, methods are just written with the plain, unless they are not. If we put them private, what will happen? Let's see whether they will be printed out. They are nowhere to be seen. So we expect to be seeing our passenger request methods. So this, let me just put them public and see why this is failing to show the right. Got it. So the reason as to why this one is failing or it's not showing the right value is because it's not returning, it's just returning this value specifically, which we don't really need. What if so? Yeah, we return the actual what if we return the actual thing? Yeah, so we just have that. It needs level. Okay, I do recall of something else. This dot level equals to this. Oh yeah, I'm having this one here. I need to remove it. So we do that. This dot level, this dot elevator equals to this, and this dot direction equals to this. Format documents. Should this be the thing? Yeah, absolutely. So that's what I was just missing. I need to use this keyword instead of so if this is compare with this request, this is like passing in two requests, comparing them. This is comparing two, and this is comparing all requests with a given request. Instead of doing a given request, compare all requests. Let's say check if exists. Okay, so we can have another method here. Check if exists. So this method is just to help us like format document. If this request exists, and it will take in, and it shall take in this. Anyways, yeah, this should do the trick. Check if a given request does exist within. We have break here. I need to track in something else. Let found is let exists equals to false. We can't do this. Here we do let exists equals to true, and we return exists like that. Yeah, this is the. So I'm going to call check passenger, check if it exists, and we don't need this one. So if I click, this should be 7 up. Yeah, compare to is not defined. Where is compare to? I need to come back here, and I need to use this dot. Yeah, that's the correct one. And click up. So it's saying false, false, false. It's check if exists. Let's just, we shall refactor later. I think I'm doing a not so good comparison here, because also this one needs to be cleaned up a bit. So it's not just that it can work that way. Let much found equals to false, and instead of doing const much found, we do that and we break. So if much found, we don't need this entire block here, right? Yeah, sure. So it's the same as this one here. Exists can be done like that. So if it exists, we don't need to set anything to true. We just break and exit the for loop. That's the story here. So let's try again. So click up, click up, click up. Level 7, elevator 0, direction up. How does it compare? Let's use a different method. Instead of, let me do this. Instead of doing compare to, let's do this compare with this, the current request, instead of like passing it down. Yeah. Up. Let me go to compare with this. Let me console log the request here. Request here. What's the request? It's being sent here. Like that's what I'm missing. Okay. Something's broken. Let me also now come here and console log this. Now, I'm supposed to compare request.level equals to this.level and request.elevator equals to this.elevator and request.direction equals to this.direction. Yeah, that was the issue instead of director. Yeah. So if I click up, now it should be true. Yes, awesome. So this should be working too. Yeah, hopefully it will work. So let's go back to here, and if it exists, if it does not exist, then we push. Okay, my bad. We push the request in. So that's the entire flow. So this means our request will remain constant if a user tries to request the same level twice, thrice, etc. So that's our first constraint, not the first, but one of the constraints. So it means the request will remain being will remain the same. All of passenger requests. I thought this one is fixed. Let's see. Console.log exists. Let me try up. Yeah, it's logging this. Let me get rid of this. So the array here is empty. Oh, and at the same time I can't do like this. This file only runs once, so I need to do it just below the function call. So we only have a single request. We try again, we have the same request. Now if we add the second request, now we have the second passenger request, of which is the direction down. Now we are able to track all the requests as we go on. Now the next part is we are active class on each of these buttons. We need to make it active only if there's a request for that specific portion. So let's go up here. We remove the active class from the button like that. So something else that we did here is remove the class list when we were trying to set an active level. So we were doing and we were setting it like this. Something that we need to do is level dot class list dot remove. So we are only supposed to remove what we just want to remove, not everything that we want to remove. And here we are going to remove the active class. That's far easy as compared to trying to, anyways, yeah, to remove. So we are supposed to add an active class on each of these buttons. So that's exactly what we are going to do. So let's try to achieve that. But for a moment, you're going to give me a short break. We'll be back. So I'm just going to mute myself here. Okay, now I'm back. So the next step is yeah, just a moment before continuing, just pull this in, click there, find my browser here. No, it's not there. It's here. I confirm something. So just following something here, I need to, yeah. So my first time using I just need to post this to the wrong, I did post it to the wrong channel or JavaScript. I need to post it to learn JavaScript or something of sort. So how can I do that? Can I post this to some, yeah, I think it has said learn JavaScript here, so I can just post it there. And I need to, it's saying a link, it's a text. So for this one, I'm going to also again copy the content from this other side and try to see whether I can use it. So I'm going to go back here and go to the live, edit. I will post it as is here. I'm going to just remove the lots of tags, and then I need to get the live URL. Follow the live URL on YouTube. I'm just going to post it there like that, and I'm going to hit post. No unvetted self-promotions. AI can make mistakes and mods can still remove the following not allowed requests for subscribers asking. Yeah, I think that's it. It's because it contains a live YouTube URL. Okay. I'm going to just add it as here is my step-to-step flow. Let's see what it will say. If it exits or I'll be logged out of Reddit. I don't know. Let's continue. So the next step I said was to deal with making the active requests. For example, if I click the up button on number 4, then it should render up as active. If I clicked down, it should be rendering down, and this they will be added in the order in which they come in. So let's do that. So the first thing that we know of is render active button. I'm going to call it an active button, and for that let's remove the exists here, and I'm going to have the function somewhere here, function render active button, and here I'm going to do this. So render active button request, render active request button. Yeah, I had to know which direction to start with. So that's the button. So we are going to find a given request. We know the elevator ID, we know the level ID. So we are going to just do this. Let level equals to request dot level underscore ID. Elevator. Let me change this one. Get elevator there's a method that we were to use to get a given level. Yeah, get level. I think I'm going to use get level here. Set active level. Okay. So we return all the classes. Yeah, there's this method called get level that takes in the elevator ID and the level ID. Rec.level ID. I don't know what exactly how these are constructed. I'm constructing them on the fly. So since I'm constructing them on the fly, I might be forced to change how I passed here. I'll just use a split, comma, a split underscore, and then I take the second parameter. And I don't think if this is fully okay. I will need a wood refactor here to avoid this scenario. So I have the level. If this the level, I'm going to do level dot find get so this get elements by class name, get element by ID, get elements by class name. So class names is a string. I'm going to do button, let buttons equals to console.log buttons, and then render active request button. We are not going to console log the passenger request, but rather we are going to pass in the passenger request here, like that. Okay, let's see what we get. If I click up, reading split of undefined, what's the passenger request in this case? Need to go here and console log the request. This should be request requeue. Let's try again. Up, yeah, dot direction dot elevator dot level. Oh yeah, not elevator ID and level ID. This should be like that, and this should be like that. And I need to console log the right buttons here, like that. But owners, I don't need this too. So it has found the two buttons. Now I can be able to go ahead and do whatever I want with the buttons. So I need to find the requested dot direction. If level, so here if requests dot direction equals to, if it's an up direction, we want to select buttons with up classes. I need to find the actual classes. How do I call the classes? Yeah, we have up and down. Yeah, I can do that safely. Whatever I've messed here, I need to just, oh, that's okay. I need to do that. I need to do this. If the direction is up, then we expect a single button. So let button equals to buttons index 0. So that's only if buttons.length is greater than 0. But this is more of a double query. So let's just do this. Let's direction equals to rec.direction direction equals to up. If the request direction equals to up, then we do up, else we automatically say it's down. So this is like we have reduced this to quick instead of doing 2 console logs, etc., or 2 checks. So this is more fast. So here we use direction. $dir. So we just pick the first button, and of course now we can just say button dot class name equals to so we just concatenate. So we say we just have the button, that's the first thing. The next thing we need to do is the direction, and of course last we do is active. So that's the flow. But there's something else that we'll do here, but not now. We'll get to it in a moment. So we have render request and active button, etc. So I click up. Let's see what it found here. Console.log buttons index.js line 94. Yeah, I don't need that. So the next thing that we can do here, okay, I have rendered the buttons, so it's time to test out the buttons. So we have button up. So we want to update the class name. And the set buttons.length. Does this have an HTML? Does it have a .length? Yes, we have .length. We have the .item method. Buttons.item. We need to get index 0. Up. Let's see. Console.log button. If I try to do this up, yeah, we have the button. It needs to have a different class name. Do we add? Let's see if I go here. I haven't added a class name to the actual button. Oh, we have used equal signs. Those are a lot of equal signs. We just need to do that. Awesome. Now we have ability to add the class names. So that's one. But what happens if I add there and then some other place? So I have all these requests coming in from all the floors. So we'll need to find a way of, yeah, there could be a users who have requested that, and we have said we are going to track this per request. So for that, we are not just going to do this render whenever somebody does request, and we are only rendering for one. So what we're going to do is render for all. So render all requests, as this is going to be function. So there is a render all render active, render all. So this is going to be render all active request buttons, not just one but all. The reason as to why we need to use this method is it will help us track down later on whenever there are like several requests coming in, like in different functions. So here we are just going to use a for loop like this, and here we're going to use pending like passenger requests like that. Just a moment, I call here. So let's continue. So here we had a request, and we are going to do passenger requests, and we are going to do now the actual rendering here. So this function will be the only function that will handle all the rendering. This way we have a single place where we do the actual rendering instead of wondering how we can do it. So with this one, I can click there, and they'll have rendered. So just need to make sure I have deleted some console logs. And we have elevators line 103. Just need to remove it like that. So we have this. So the requests are coming in as we expect. The next part is now whenever the request comes in, we need to track our elevator 0 and see where it is. So can it move? Can it do what? So here I'm going to add another class. We are going to call this one. So this is the passenger request class. So we know it's good for us to just compare the different requests. Otherwise, that's its work, its main role. It's not to initialize new classes or whatsoever, but rather to sort of track the different requests and see whether they match or not. So what do we have next? So here we are going to do something called an elevator class. And we know an elevator needs to have a few things. So we need to have a constructor for the elevator, and it's going to have specifically the ID, for example, but this.id equals to ID, and it's going to have other parameters. This.name. So here is where we can do things like names. This is an optional thing, so it's not a must to be there. So it can be name or elevator. Nothing critical. The ID is the critical one. The next thing is this dot is engaged equals to false. By default, we are going to say the elevator is not engaged. And this dot flow, this dot level, it's like the instantiating level of the elevator. We are going to have this one as 0. Not that it's going to be much different, but it's going to be very, very critical for us to have it at some point, like move it around. Just give me another moment. I need to go back here. I need to go to here. I need to go to here. I need to try something. Okay, can't seem to find what I was looking for, so I'll just get back here. I join you, we continue. So so we have this dot level equals to 0, so that's like the current level. If the elevator is engaged, we are not supposed to track it, sort of. This dot door open equals to false. By default, the door will be false, so we'll be updating the level engaged and door open as we go along. So those are like the parameters I can think of for now. But so this dot level will be changing after like every 2 seconds, maybe every 3 seconds. We said 5 seconds, so it will be changing after every 5 seconds. So the next part, or the next thing, is now the set of functions that we need. But before that, let's see whether it was dropped off the other channel. This is sad. Already somebody has commented there. Yeah, it's just okay to get it, but it's me trying to code instead of just using AI, me recalling what I know about JavaScript along the way. I'm gonna reply and say sure, it can be, and then just trying to do problem solving. Maybe my method is off, but yeah. Let me just leave a comment. It's okay to just reply. Now the next portion, of course, is we continue with whatsoever we are doing here. We leave the sad story out. So after that, we need to update this elevator where it is. For example, when somebody requests, if it's free, then we need to move the elevator to that specific position, i.e. we need to move to that position, open the doors, give it 2 seconds, lock the doors, and then drop down. And as I've said that, let's add another function, another constant here. Const elevator door state. Let's call this one period. So this is like how long will it take to close the door. So we say it's like 2 seconds. So 2 seconds. Yeah, like that. So that's what we expect to have. Yeah. So let's see the next portion is, yeah, let's continue in this class. So the first function will be update level. So this will take in level, and then after that it's going to update the actual level, for example from 0 to the number. So this dot level equals to level, and of course after the level update we need to have something like another setter method, update door state, update door state. So this might be an internal states tracker, and this one is going to sort of instead of calling door open, door state makes sort of sense. So this one is going to do if this dot door state equals to true, it's going to reverse the thing, so we don't really need much of it. The next one is update level, update door state, and update is engaged. This might be also be an internal method. So this dot is engaged equals to the opposite of this dot engaged. So it's engaged, so we have another level of has stopped, this dot is stopped, something of that sort. Is stopped, yes, stopped, false. So that's to track the different this dot is stopped equals to false, to track like is it moving up, down, etc. So maybe I don't need that state, but we'll see. So with requests work, the next thing to track is if I request and it's not engaged, the elevator needs to move to my request based on that specific time. And if it's engaged and not stopped, so we don't want it arriving at a user's level, doors opening and immediately opening. So this dot is engaged should be tracking that. So it should always be true, and the level should be updating whenever the users will be dropping. So we'll be tracking all the requests as they go down. If there are 10 down requests for different levels and the elevator is going down, it means it's supposed to stop down whenever it needs to drop somebody. So Anyway, whenever it's picking or whenever there are requests for the down level. So let's see how we can achieve that. Yeah, I have said a lot of things that don't end up there, but yeah. So let's see whether we can be able to get that state being updated in the right way. Yeah. So we need to find a way of this elevator class handling all that within it. So so request elevator so this method will elevator.request the elevator, will check whether if it's engaged. If it's not, then it will do that. Otherwise it will start moving along the way. So let's do this. So in this method request elevator, it will take in a request, and we know the request is of type I think I'm going to do this for a moment. I think this is going to guide me well. I remove that, do this, add request, and call this one pending passenger request. Is this the right way of doing JavaScript request dot? Oh, this is not the one. Is it params? I think so. I don't think I need params like this. Now, let me just confirm how to write JavaScript docs. It's just quick JS doc. How is it written? It's at namespace, at param, at property. So it needs to be at param, pet, something of sort. And the properties is whatever comes out. So let's see. I don't need that. And they're saying I need a star here. And paste that in. The request dot, yeah, awesome. Now this is absolutely okay. Yep. So you can be able to use them as we go down. So yeah, that's pretty helpful. So for TypeScript it could have been easy, but for this other one here we can go down to this. So we have request.elevator. Now if this is not engaged, like if it's false, then move to that of course level. So I can call this dot update level to request dot level. So of course the level in this case I have called it 0, Now I need to also split and get the actual level number. So can just do this, let new level equals to request.level.split, split at the underscore, pick the second number, and then we need to pass this down to a number as int, like that. So this will be our new level. So request level, and then it will have that request locked in. So if there's a request, then there needs to be a way of tracking the other part of a request when done. So yeah, so we'll need to find a way of a request going, when a request is being flashed out of the queue or the heap also. So let's first make sure that our elevator can do these kind of things. So we need to register an elevator. So what am I going to do here? Request an elevator, render an active button, render an active request button, set an active level. So we have set an active level here, which is the initial setter function. So what I need to have here is a way of updating the levels. So of course I need to find the actual, I need to register. So let's first create a function, register elevator. So this function is going to take the ID and the name. Yeah, after the ID and name, it's going to do let new elevator equals to new elevator. It needs ID 0, and the name is elevator 1. So elevators dot push an elevator, the new elevator is new elevator. Need to see what elevators is. Yeah. So we have that, we have that, we have that. So we just need to link up control K0. Yeah. Yeah. We need to do ID and name function get elevator. So this is going to iterate through the elevators for loop I, and we are going to do elevators elevator equals to elevators index I if elevator dot ID equals to elevator ID, copy, paste. So if that's the thing, we are going to return this specific elevator, and that is it. And of course here we are going to return null. So if it's not found completely, it's just going to fall back to the global null. So we just need to make sure that we use our methods. So here we register, request an elevator, and when requesting an elevator, we also render the active request buttons, and in these buttons, that's where we do the actual render request button, and in the render request button, that's where we get the level using the get level method, and then we do the actual rendering. So this is the method that does the button renderings. So here is best that we can do the actual inner HTML of undefined line 116. Okay, I need to line 116. 116 elevator, get elevator. Okay, I think I know what's causing this. Yep, I do think I need to do this. Render elevator 0. Where's the render method? It's going to render. I think I will just do this for the moment. Just elevator. I do 0 and elevator. I say elevator 1 like that. Then instead of get elevator here, we just need to increase this a bit. Yeah, we just need to go back to the register elevator. Okay, that's the register elevator. Here, get elevator, get elevator, get elevator. So this is sort of returning that, but we need to just make sure that we have that elevator within our list. Let's elevator equals to elevators that find an elevator whose L dot ID equals to element equals to elevator underscore ID. If we have the elevator, then we are going to return this, else return null. So that could be or can be the actual flow. We need to move the elevator and render the active level. So whenever we request a button, render active button, we also immediately request an elevator here. So let's have another function here, but I think this one is confusing. Bit function request elevator. This one is going to take in the elevator underscore ID, which is a number, and then it's going to find an elevator. Okay, I do think I still need this. Like that. If elevator, we do elevator dot request. So we just need to find the actual param here. Did they do anything about that? Yeah, I do think I know how I can achieve this. So I can copy this, whatever I used here. at namespace pets. This namespace contains documentation below. How do you define them for the Oh, okay. Okay, if I don't have that, then I can just proceed. Let me try it once. Yeah, let's just go manual. Elevator dot is engaged. If there's an elevator, oh, actually I was looking for a different method. Update level. Update level. Now we need to pass in the level ID, which is of course level underscore ID. Here we need to pass in the level ID whenever we are requesting an elevator. Yeah, that happens here. There needs to be update elevator level. Yeah, this is going to be updates the level, and then it's going to move the elevator. So and I think I don't need the direction. Yeah, do think I need the direction because with the direction I can be able to update the level, and the direction will help me know how to move either upwards or downwards. Then I need to move the elevator. So here, move the elevator in direction X. Yeah, so if that's the thing, we are going to use the set timeout. So let timeout move timeout equals to set timeout. Set a timeout? No, we just need an interval. Move interval, set interval. Time handler, timeout, which is the time handler, timeout. So we had a constant here to do that. Elevator door period, elevator speed. If it takes 5 seconds per floor, this will be the actual value. So this will be, let's just leave it as 2. 5,000 divided by 2 equals to 2500 milliseconds, and that will be our speed. And after that, we just do clear interval. So after it has just moved, we just clear it and say move interval. And here, whatever is going to happen is if direction equals to up, we already have the current level. Okay. Here we are going to do new, let new level equals to, so the new level of the elevator will be the current level ID, I don't think this needs to be here. If it's up, +1, if new level is bigger than levels. If it's bigger than levels, we just do new level equals to total levels -1. So if it's 7 + 1 -1 equals 7, else we don't need an statement. Direction equals to down. If this is the direction we have, then we just need to subtract here -1 if equals to mean levels. So I just need to say have another value here. I'm going to call this one mean levels, so that with the time we can even take into account the basement levels, the minus levels. So we just use 0 for now. So we need to do 0 here. Mean levels equals to mean levels. I don't need to call it mean levels. In fact, this should be mean level. Like that. So we have the new level. Then we just need to come here and say elevator dot update level, update elevator level to the new level. It needs the elevator ID. What does, okay, we have update level to new level. Where does update level come from? Yes, that's correct. So we can say we have updated to the mean level, elevator speed. Now the next portion is just to use our function here. We need to have another method to render the elevator. I believe render elevator, render request elevator, render all active buttons, set. Yeah, we had the set active level method. Yeah, so set active level is the method that we need to use immediately after this. And it needs the elevator ID, which we can get dot ID, and it needs the level ID, which we can get from the level ID like that. So what's missing? And we clear the interval. So update elevator level 1 request, and we just need to use that method here in render active method. And this is the first place that we need to use the method, just in this, and it needs the request dot, what does the request contain? The request contains the elevator, and it also contains the level. Just get level return. It's an element, okay, so we can't rely on it. So just need to copy this and this, and then use them here like that. And update level requires, and of course the direction, which is the request dot direction. Hopefully it works. Let's see. So children line 95. line 95. Elevator ID. What's the elevator ID and what's the that one? So console.log elevator ID, elevator ID, level ID, so pick up elevator ID 0, level ID 7. how does a get elevator work? Find exact values. So since this ID, the issue is just between a number and a value. So voice line 95 get label is being used that and active request button. Line 170, that's where it was called first. Then line 160, then line 142, then line 6, let's see what elevators do we have. So we have a single elevator with ID 0. So whenever we are using get here, it's just to make sure this num is a number using pass int like that. So it sort of worked. You can see elevators. What we have, it's still on ID 0. Then where's the other one? same. So we just need to set what does set active label does. It needs the elevator ID, the level ID, so that it can work from there up. This one didn't move because the method didn't allow it to move. What if I'm using just strings here? Will this still work? Yes. Without this, will it work? Yes. Okay, it's not numbers. Yeah, they should generally be strings, but yeah. So we just need to just make sure that this works. as expected. So let's see first whether this works. What we have here, and next we need to make sure that let's console log direction to move to. This is a very small speed. In other words, it will never move. Still too small. So let me just use the elevator time instead of elevator speed. I think I set timeout makes sense, but this one will only move once. Update level of undefined line 202 elevator. Yeah, elevator here. Line 203. So it did move as we expect, but it did the levels where it moved off from, they lost their classes. So I need to find, whenever we update a level or we move the level, we do the right level classes. So I need to make sure inspect the class is undefined. So we just need to make sure that the class is the right class. So control find dot class name whatever, do label here. Will that work? What's the class list then? Oh, I need to remove active.join with a space. Okay, it failed. What's that class list? So it purely means I don't really need anything else, but rather to just use the remove method, and that's it. Okay, even better. So this one is moving up direct to the 7th floor. So I just need to console log the new. This is set timeout. Need to set interval of a second. Yeah, of course, that's wrong. So at least it moves, and it moves the new level. Exactly, now it moves the new level up. So here we are targeting the, now we need to find the current elevator ID. So I need to put it just below here. Let current elevator level equals to elevator dot level. What's the elevator level? The elevator level is a number. So we are dealing with the new level to the current elevator level. Otherwise, the new level will be +1. So the target is new level. We are not going to just do this. We just need to make sure that we have the elevator. If there's no an elevator, just simply return. Yes, need to get some power. Yeah, so we just need to find the current elevator level. So let's say it was at level 0, so that will be the current level. We don't need to directly update the level ID to whenever we want. We just want to move the elevator up slowly. So for example, after 1 second, we move it a level up. Though now that changes this constant that we had over the other side. Here, we'll just need to reduce the constant and the speed. But for now, let's just make sure that it works. So after a second, we need to move out. And after how many seconds do we need to break this? So after we have reached the current level ID. So first, let's see whether it will just move to this direction after every 3rd second. So move interval, we have clear timeout. This should be clear interval, but we shall deal with it in a moment. So let's hit up. It has just moved up immediately, so that's wrong. So it needs to move up, not exactly, yeah, because of the level ID. We shall be dealing with the new level, not level ID. That, and we need to make sure that the new level does not go beyond the total levels, and at the same time it does not go below the mean level, and at the same time it does not go beyond the level ID. So the first check is correct. We just need to add another check and level, okay, new level is less than or equal to the level ID. I'm not sure whether this is the correct. I might need to move this one out so that let target level equals to pass int the level ID. This way we know that our checks here won't be bad, and at the same time we just need to have this check down here where we move this, and the new level is greater than or equal . So if the new level should not be less than the mean level, do we need to check the target level? If we are going down, is it not less than or equal to, is our check. Is not less than or equal to. So this and that thing, there's nothing like this, of course. So it means this should be all falsy. I think something like that. Yeah, let's see. They just moved up. Nope. What's new level in this case? Let's first start by consolidating this current level, which is that, and at the same time console log the target level, like that. What does this produce? Current level is 0, so we need to move 7 steps slowly up. So how can we achieve that? Because this one is sort of moving to the 7th step, I need to just console log this value here, console.log new level, because it will be good if the new level makes a lot of sense. New level like this. So if I hit up new level 0, new level 0, new level 0, and it moved to 7th. So it shouldn't be moving up like that quickly. So we just need to make sure that it moves slowly as we expect it. It goes from 0 and the new level never updates. It's because it's within the set interval value. Yeah, this could be an issue. So you just need to move this out a bit and make sure it's not within the wrong place. Just a moment, I need to confirm something here. If there are any other comments, open it. Okay, mute. Okay, so let's just continue. So here we need to be updating the new level as we go up after every few seconds. Let's see. I need to re-click there. Yes, it works, but now not the expected level. It's because it's moving to not the right place. So after every second, move to new level, not to level ID. So that's the first thing. The next thing is we need to break out of the loop the moment we finish this flow. So how can we achieve that? So that will be the next one, but first let's hit up. So it will move up, 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 up. Of course, out of null because here. So it moved up, meaning the direction up, new level. New level was never taken care of. This and this is minus. Yeah, that's correct. So the only thing that we need to do is we just need to make sure that if the new level equals to the target level, we just need to, we have break in, we don't really have a break. that one I forgot, and let me just quickly how to break in set interval. Yes, so set interval call. I do think I need to give it a space here. So this is how it was before. Now stop set interval call in JavaScript. So let's see it calls clear interval. So if we have interval ID here, and this is extracted outwards so that you can reuse it. You can set up a new variable and have it incremented count up one every time it runs, and then I use conditional statement to end it. This is absolutely what I'm looking for. Yeah, but we don't have the task timer. And I can't clear an interval that's, can I do this? This is funky, can it be done? Clear interval, we paste that in. Let's see. I'm pretty sure this must be failing. Wow, actually it worked. So we have successfully moved our elevator up by to this to the 8th floor, not the 7th floor, to the 8th floor. Yep, it worked. Now let's move it down to the 4th floor. Yes, now we just need to have another check whenever we are doing it the down way. If new level is less than mean level, and I think this check is wrong. If it's not equal, then let's use not equal to target level. Why do we need to do it the opposite way? And then this one, it needs to have an OR statement. New level. Actually, we don't need an OR statement because it skipped the other one. So we move up. Awesome. Then we move down to the 5th floor. I think I don't know how to stop it. Class name index.js line 1.7. Let's start from 110 to 1.7, 210 to 1.7, 210. Set active level to 137. Class name, level ID. What if the level ID wasn't never found? It's because it subtracted more than it should subtract. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the case. So let's just console log the level ID here to confirm that's the thing. Console.log setting to label the level ID. So this way we shall be sure that, and then I need to start from set active level to level 7. So 7 means 8th floor. So that's the current one. That way you can be able to test the down move. Yeah, it skipped everything and it broke down. So let's confirm. New level. What was I doing on line 137? I am expecting to see setting to 0. Why 0? Setting to 7. Yes. Setting to 0. Setting to 0. Setting to 0. Setting to 0. Meaning the down motion is not working well. We just need to make sure that these subtractions here work well. If the direction is downwards, we need to subtract the level by 1, and new level must be greater than the mean level, and new level has not yet reached the target level, subtracting by 1. And if new level equals to the mean level, here we just subtract. If this the second statement doesn't make any sense, but you can confirm that if new level is not equals to target level. I think what I can do here is use equal signs here and remove another statement here. Not yet correct. I do need to do this check here. If direction equals to down, and then we just need to update the new level equals to target level. This way we can be able to subtract. No. This is wrong still. If direction equals to down, the new level, so from the current elevator level minus 1. So new level is being updated here, which is correct. The only issue is that it's not moving down by 1 as it should. Unless my if statement here is utterly wrong. So let me just kill it and hit down. New level setting to -5 here. That's wrong. Control reload. Oh, need to just save this. So what will be the next step here. So solving to down is problematic. So we might need to have these two different statements, but that's more expensive. That means we just need to make sure if direction is down, works is expected. So we subtract by 1. We just make sure that the new level is always greater than or equal to the mean level. And we haven't reached the target. And new level is not equal to target level. So we just subtract. Okay, why can't we first subtract and see what happens? So if direction is down from 7, we go to 6 the first round, we go to 5 the next round, or this one, new level equals to target level. Okay, yeah, this is what's closing it off. After the movement, we just need to have these two different checks, most probably. If direction, oh, okay, I think just need to make sure the use and AND statement is clear. And if direction equals to up, that's okay. Next, this one might be different. If it's down, is greater than or equal to okay, I'll just close it off. I'm not sure what is what. It's down. It didn't even set it to 3. It just moved. So this is not the catch. The catch is somewhere else in this statement here. So if new level equals to new level minus 1, that's absolutely correct. Let me start from that. Let's just console log those down. The current level is equals to 0, the target level is 0. Direction down 0. New level, it starts from 0 down. That's wrong. It should be starting from 7 down, not 0 down. Yeah, that's the issue. Need to have current, not new level. And we have current level. Current level, it should be current elevator level. So hit down, everything is 0. 0, 0, 0, that's wrong. Direction down 0, 0, 0. Current level, elevator should be coming from the elevator dot level. It's because it was manually set and hence chaos. Yeah, set active level should also update the elevator level ID, not just the styles. So hence this, besides level to set etc., this should also do if level to set, that is if it exists, do that, and at the same time do this. This is updating the level. Where's the set active level for this specific, whichever. I just come here and do, if the level was found, then immediately just come here and say if for level find levels, find elevator dot levels. I do think I need this, exactly this statement here. Where do I set the actual level ID? I think this is the correct place. If I find it, then I need to also update the elevator. Update the elevator list. This is critical because without it, then we are going to have chaos. So let me come here. I need to do this. How do I update the level anyways? Elevator.update level. I think this is the correct one. Instead of doing this, I do this. And how do I find the elevator? Elevator was found using this method. Yes, yeah, I'll do this. I just need to update the level to this specific level ID, and it will be good if I use pass int. So this will force the elevator to be updated and also update like the actual class. Is this double entry? I have no idea. Let's just try it out. So I hit 5, 6, 5, stop. Awesome. I don't know whether there's some double stuff here, this area here, and this here. Not sure, but let's see. 6, 5, 6, 3, 2. Yeah, it's because the moment it reached on 6, it was supposed to reach, open, and drop the request, but it never dropped the request. Same. So now this is where we go to the next step of dropping the actual request itself. So before, we haven't dropped the end requests, so we need to track each request and drop it, i.e. the moment an elevator opens at a given level, like it stops at a given level, the moment it stops there, then we look at all the requests for that specific level, for that direction, and then drop them. That way we won't be having funky requests sitting in this in memory waiting for them to be moved up. So let's try again by now, but for this step is like more of request dropping. The one that we have been dealing with is taking requests from different users. Now let's deal with request dropping. But yeah, this one needs to be back before I went there. It goes direct to 0 and everything crashes. So okay, yeah, it's because it updated direct to min level. So if the new level is greater than the mean level, that's okay. Actually, this should be a single check. If new level is less than the mean level, we should immediately do that. Set the active level. So for this one, it was showing directly there. If it's up, so we just need to make sure this statement of clear interval works well for the down direction. So if we are at -1, the new level will be, let's say, 0. Now this one needs to be reversed. Oh, that's not the right reversal. That's the right reversal. Yeah, it immediately skipped to this because this request was not cleared. We can say so far everything works as expected. Now we just need to make sure the moment we hit there, we rest for 2 seconds, the time required for an elevator to be open, the door open. Otherwise, the moment that time goes down, then we need to drop and exit that request. We say we have moved the user from that down. But there's another thing that we haven't really taken care of. Elevators have internal buttons. We said that's one of the constraints that we have. An elevator moves at a given speed. An elevator cannot go beyond its built bounds. Given bounds, that's what we have taken care of. The moment an elevator opens, we need to drop all requests from that level. We are not supposed to drop, yeah, actually we need to drop requests from that level. Elevator has buttons. Elevator has some control buttons. So if this user asks the elevator to come down and they get some, okay, we'll be back. If the user has some selected a given flow, this specific constraint here, then we'll need to reach that flow for that specific, I don't know, user. So this is more of a different thing that we need to track. Specifically, what if a user selects I need to drop at level 10? We just need to look at all the level 10 droppings, and the moment we open that or we reach that spot, we rest for 2 seconds. After resting for 2 seconds, we just close and stay there. We are not going to move unless there's a pending request. If there's a pending request, then we need to move and service that specific pending request. Meaning the current strategy first, or the current direction, is to just drop all the requests after we have reached that specific flow. If a user requested for an elevator at level 5, then we immediately drop that level 5 request the moment we reach that level. So I think that's the better direction. I don't know, but we'll see. Just checking something here. Need to come here. I don't know how to enable live chat for this specific I just need to find a way of doing that. So give me a moment. I need to enable chat here. I think I can find it in settings. Our content, go to live. I need to find settings to enable live chat. Could it be in settings? Maybe. Redirects, live reactions, live commentary, leaderboard shows top 50 viewers who have been most engaged, message delay, who can send messages, anyone. I don't have those settings. Maybe automatic captions, no. Feature eligibility. Okay. I don't know how to enable live chat. I think I'm missing something to do with that. Comments on new videos, posts, messages in your live chat. Oh yes, I need to. No, this is moderation. Posts in your community on who can post, link text. I will try have that, but yeah, so let's continue. So first, let's drop the requests. So we need to find a function to drop a request. So I'm going to write, where do we do requests? I think I can write it anywhere, somewhere here, like here, function drop passenger request. So this one will take in a request, and what it's going to do specifically is find the specific request. So let request equals to, I don't want to fix things up, so let's call this one passenger request, equals to passenger requests dot find a request whose request dot id. Request dot id. No, we don't have request IDs. So level, elevator, and the direction request dot level equals to, I need to change this once. This shouldn't be underscore request. Request dot level equals to request dot level and request dot underscore rec dot id, no, dot elevator equals to request rec dot elevator. And finally, we need to check. Let me just minimize this other side. Request dot the final thing is the direction equals to request dot direction. So something else is that we have found the request. So let's just call this one new requests. There are different ways of you dropping a given. So I'm going to use filter, and the filter always returns a new array, returns elements of an array. So I just need to come here and say passenger requests equals to the new array. So this one is there. Another way of dropping it, but yeah, it could be. There are other ways you can achieve the same. So if we service the elevator level ID and direction, we can actually create a new request of this, and then we drop off that information somewhere here. So it should be here where we do the clear interval. So the moment we reach that specific request, we immediately clear the thing up, right? So only if the elevator is not engaged. So that's another check that we need to have. But for now, let's clear the request. That's our next thing. So here we clear the interval, and also we need to clear the request. So I'm deleting the console logs to avoid confusion, and then I'm going to move up to here, and I'm going to have another function, clear request. So this function shall also receive the same values. With these values, we can be able to say let request last request. It's like we are about to reconstruct the actual request. So new passenger request, and this one will require the elevator ID, will require the level ID, and also the direction. And then we are going to drop passenger request. Yes, yeah, we're going to drop the passenger request on this request. So this is going to this pass request. So this is going to clear the request if we have reached the given target level, besides clearing the interval. But also it shouldn't be clearing the request. It should only clear the request after the given door opening. So here we are going to say set timeout, clear request, and then we are going to use door opening. I don't know, let's just find the actual elevator door open period. So it can only drop the request after 2 seconds. And then the clear request method should call the render or active request buttons. Where's the clear request? Yeah. So that's like something that should come together. Clears, and then it renders the buttons to make sure that we don't see false positives, false negatives. Okay, it's just false positives. So after that, so we have cleared the request and we have a timeout, and let's just give this timeout a name. Let clear request timeout equals to that, and so that we can, after this call clear timeout, would just make sure we clear everything that needs to be cleared. So that should be gone. Let's try again. So I request up, it just fails. I request down, it never works. Let me just make sure that everything first is absolutely correct without okay. Okay, that's okay. So let's have this one and instead copy, Control C, do that. What does clear request do? Let's write here console.log clear request called, and we just have it clear request. No, we don't need to have anything much. I need to go down. Yes, that's called clear request. It should clear request of 544. So it's just updated. It just needs to clear the request of number 5. If I call up, it shouldn't start immediately going up from the current level. It should go down. Yeah, that's confusing. So there are several, not several, but there are cases that we need to make sure that if I request up and the current level is down, then the start level should be down. If I request down and the current level is up, the start level should be the up level. No, that's wrong. So it's just identifying the starting point. So the starting point can be a little bit chaotic, as I have noticed. So we need to make sure the current level, elevator level, is this. So before I clear this, yeah, what's the first check that we need to be done whenever user requests, whenever passenger requests for the elevator, we need to make sure they get the elevator starts moving from where it is to that specific point, not randomly moving. So that's our check. Let me get some water here. So that's the issue that we are facing now. So if I'm requesting up and the current level here, the current elevator level is up already, it should start moving down. The elevator should literally move down. So this is in this case here. So the plus and the minus that we do here should reflect what's happening based on the current level, but the rest shouldn't be changed. So if current elevator level if the current elevator level is less than the target level, If the current elevator level is less than the target level, then we need to the targets the current elevator level we have clicked go up. So for example, if I click go up, the current is 7 but the target is 4, then it should be subtracting. Yes, it should be subtracting, else it should be adding. Now that's the first check. Let's try this one only. It just never did anything. I do think I need to console log the new level. Yeah. I'm going to call this one new level 1 dot. Do that and do new level and duplicate this and paste it here just before, just after. I think after will make sense. So I click up, new level 7, 8, 9, 10. It's just adding. If the current level, okay, let me just save this. If the current level is less than the target level, should we add 1 to that level? Well, I don't know. Let's just see what happens. It's becoming chaotic. So, but one for sure needs to add, the other one needs to subtract. 6, 5, 4, 3, stop. Absolutely, we got it. Now we need to do the same for this other. When we get, okay, let me confirm that I can go up again. 1, 2, 3, up. It should, oh, it's because this one, the request here is chaotic. Okay, that's the first direction. If else, this is to make sure that we don't go beyond. Oh, okay, yeah, sure. I need to just make sure if, another if statement here to just make sure we don't go beyond 0. If new level is less than or equal to mean level, just make sure the new level equals to mean level. Don't go beyond. That's the check. Now we come here, direction down, we are subtracting 1. Instead of just subtracting 1, now here we need to minus, I believe, and the plus here to avoid the chaos, and then remove this. And then we need to make sure that we don't go beyond up. If new level, it will be 0 plus 1, so 8 is greater than or equal to 0 or equal to total levels. Just set the new level equals to total levels minus 1. Absolutely correct. So let's try it out. I go down. This is the only check I added here. Oh, it's just setting to 77777. Yeah, that makes sense. This is the issue. This should remain. Let's just confirm the first up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Correct. So by this time, the elevator could have killed lots of people. So this is wrong. So the case we were dealing with is the down case. And then we said this shouldn't be here. So if I click down here, it shouldn't move. It's going up. That's a lie. It's going up still. I might be maintaining the same thing here. The problem with the if else statement is that they don't allow proper control. They leave something, call it like sort of an overflow. So having an if and an else statement, then we just need to split this into two different statements. Instead of if and else, we do if else. This way the system won't break whenever there's a case. But let me confirm that it's else if, not if else. So this needs to be a different statement. Else if is greater than, so that's the first part, and it needs to be bounded. And we have reached the current level. If current level equals to target level, current elevator level equals to target level. So this more of we have reached is greater than or equal to the target level, subtract. And if that's the case, then subtract. Is that true? If current elevator level, let's say we were going to 4 and we are going down, let's just test out this thing. If it's going to subtract, it shouldn't move. That's correct. It should Yes, the up statement also is wrong. It shouldn't be moving. So I need to return this. It never should move up. Yeah, so I need to just have the second statement here, if else if, same as this, the opposite direction with a blocker, like this one. And this, I believe, should be reversed. So if we are going up and the current level is less than or equal to the target level, that's when we subtract. Yes, let's see. If I hit up now, it shouldn't be moving. Yes, we are at level 7. Why should you move? Correct. Now, if I hit down, we are at level 7, you should not be moving. Absolutely correct. But if I'm level 5, then you should move to level 5. Yes, that's correct. And nothing should happen. If I hit up, then it should only move. It shouldn't have moved. But it's because, no. I do think it's best I go to the next stage of clearing the inputs. If I move down, this should, it's now skipping, and these are a lot of requests, meaning there's an overflow somewhere. Let's again try it out by changing a few. Okay, and delete that one. I need to have 2 dots, not 1 dot. And even better, I need to make them grouped. This way I can be able to track them down correctly as expected. And I need to say down, like that. So if I click up, the new level 1 and 2 is the same. If I click down, the new level 1 and 2 should be the same. If I click up, the new level should be the same. If I click up again, no. There's an overflow carrying somewhere. I just need to find where and when it starts appearing. So I'm currently watching up, up. Yeah, the subtraction here is off. So we shall deal with the subtraction. Let's see what down does. So I click down. It goes to 5 correctly. I click down again. Nothing, because we are on the same level. I click for down. It goes to 4 correctly down. I click 2. It goes to 2. Click 0. Why did it reset to 5? So the up is broken more than the down. So let's just we are almost 5 hours into the stream, and yeah, it's a little bit not there where we are supposed to be. So let's just make sure this works well. So with current elevator level, I think I will just combine these two to just make sure they are in the same path. When are we supposed to subtract? We are supposed to subtract when up if the target level, if the current level is less than the target level. So this second or this first one might not be necessary. And it means this should relatively be something else. Now it's going down, of course, because we said down is the flow. Yeah, it did subtract. So if current level equals to target level, okay, I do think I need to move this into different checks. I think that's the fastest way. Let me save first. So that I will avoid this chaos. I will refactor later. If current level equals to the target level, a new level equals to new level plus 0. Anyway, new level doesn't change. New level equals to new level. Now let's paste that. Else if the current level, the current elevator level is less than the new level, yeah, that's the issue. We need to work with the target level. If the current elevator level is less than the target level and we are supposed to go up, we need to plus new level plus equals to 1, right? Next, else if the current level is greater than the target level and we are supposed to go up, somehow current level is larger than the target level, we are supposed to subtract. Okay, minus equals 1. So that is a case if the current elevator level is greater than the target level. In that case shouldn't happen anyways. That's a rare case, I think. How can that happen if the current elevator level is greater than the target level? Okay, it can happen, sure. If that's the case, then we should subtract. Yes, we should subtract. The moment we reach our level, we don't. and that's what we do at the end here. So these are all the cases covered instead of these two. Next, I need to make sure that if the new level is greater than the total levels, else if, so this is another check, just to make sure that we don't go beyond the given values. If new level but this is more of checking on the same flow, so it will be good if this check is outside the else statement, so as is now. So I'm going to paste it here. So if the new level is greater than the total levels, is greater than or equal to the total levels, then I believe we just need to make sure that the new level is the max it can be. Next, if the new level is less than the mean level, is less than or equal to the mean level, whichever the case, then we make sure that it is capped to the mean level. So this is the capping area. So let's just try the up. We see what up will do. So I click up, it shouldn't do anything. I click up on number 5, it should go down. I click up, it should go up 1 step, not 2 steps. So the +1 continued up. So the best the best thing we can do here is add an equal sign. So I click up, it should go down once. I click up, should go down twice. I click up on number 7, it should go up to the number 7. And I click down up from number 2. Now it should go down to number 2. Then from there, if I click up of number 3, 1 step up, it continued adding to the top. So this one has not fixed it. So we need to have this plus should be capped and if current elevator level, but the first one should take care of that. The first step here should take care of that. It should not plus anyways. Let me get rid of this for a moment. And then it means one thing. We are not going anywhere. If that's the thing, then we just need to clear the interval here. We are going nowhere. What do we need to move? I go down. Absolutely. Go up. I should only go to number 5. It did add again. It's because this is more of a wildcard. It's similar to this. If the current elevator level is less than the target level, current elevator level is, let's say, 5, and is less than the target level 7, it's the target level, then it should be moving up. I think I'm missing something here called new level update. I think that's what I'm missing. It skipped to this section because new level was greater than the total levels. It actually added and removed. So maybe nah, just need a different check. Oh yeah, it's not moving because I'm not overriding anything, but at least yeah. So do I need this? Now what one thing I can try is do this, clear the request the moment it has been serviced. 1 2 should clear the request. Clear request called. You need to pass into elevator ID, level ID, and the direction. Elevator ID, elevator ID, level ID, and the direction. So after 2 seconds, the elevator being open, just clear the request. 1 1 2 clear. Now this is a good cast flow because clear request is called on this specific item. It does not clear. It clears, but now clear request is sort of calling again drop render all active render active button, which again update elevator ID, which again calls this. Yeah, that's a good recursive flow. So it's just dealing with the recursive loop to make sure these functions are only called in a single direction forward. So clear request should only do one thing. It should remove the request from the values and do nothing about this. Maybe. Let's see what will happen. But I should re-render the buttons, that's the issue. Now I remove this. Yeah, let's see. I click up. So that's an issue. There's one thing it cannot do. So this surrender issue, in which the clear request should clear and render the buttons, but without calling this method here. This method to update elevator label. So let's can update elevator label. This should be that, and if it can, then just do the update. So this can, okay. Now I just need to make sure the moment we reach here, it just clears the request and it renders the request. Can I console log passenger requests here? Yeah, there's a passenger request. That was the issue. Filter. Yeah, my filter here is not working correct. It's only returning the actual one. So we have the find index that we can use, and let's new requests equals to, we just do something like passenger requests dot index So for this one, I'm going to go with two parameters, request and I. Then we return request. So this is a request index to drop. So we do that, and we are going to drop this one. It's not equal to I. So we just the new requests and we pass in the new request there. Is that the case? Let's see. So yes, these are the new passenger requests. Now let's confirm. And and make sure that after 2 seconds, yes, passenger requests are correct. So yeah, and again, I just need to re-render passenger requests with the false flag. What does false do? False, 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 false. So we updated the new passenger requests and the active buttons. So this is where the problem could be. Here we are doing the render active button with a given request. So it's not even going there. Yeah, so something we skipped here when we were doing it is we are not doing proper, if there's no request. So for example, in this case, we have no requests, right? So we just need to remove all active buttons. That is, so we just need to copy this. I'm going to have like a remove active. Yeah, this is like remove active button, but this method is the same, except this one is removing all active buttons. So it should be selecting the buttons here for a given elevator and removing them. So that is more of a different flow, not exactly the same flow. So just need to come here, render, clear all buttons, and we need to pass in the elevator ID. So if clear all buttons is selected, so this is a different check. If clear all buttons, that is if clear all buttons equals to true. I don't want to use the check because that can fail. If this is true, we just need to find the elevator. Let elevator equals to elevator equals to get elevator with the elevator ID. Then we are going to do let buttons equals to, we are just going to select all the buttons directory. That's direction. Oh, okay, yeah. We are going to find all buttons, and then for each button, okay, let's use the good for loop here. Right. And we do buttons.length we do a btn here, buttons dot item I. So we just say btn dot class list dot remove. We are just going to remove just the active class. So we are not going to even rely fully on this, because the clear all buttons is more of a thing that we can auto get, right? So I can just come here, go to elevator ID, use the elevator ID, and how to get clear all buttons is if let clear all buttons equals to the request. Okay, yeah. If passenger requests dot length equals to 0, just drop all buttons here there. And in fact, this is not even linked to any elevator. So I'd ask that we do a different thing here, that is like document dot get element by class name button, and then just remove the active class sort of them. So let's try again. It will move down, remove the request. After 2 seconds, clear request called. Clear request called. Where is clear request? So drop with a request. And let me continue going down. Let me just drill down. Clear request. Elevator ID, level ID, and the direction. So we are calling clear request. We drop the passenger request here. After dropping this specific request, up to there. So we need to render active buttons, which in case will go through passenger lists and render active buttons. But at the same time, this is I think the actual place to catch this specific invisible edge case where there are 0 requests. I think I messed up everything. I just need to find where. If direction is up, update elevator interval. Just need to find it. Yeah, it's because I removed this. It's failing slowly without shouting. Format the document. Yeah, let's try again. I click up, should move down once, clear the request. Awesome. Now the elevator has been updated to the current level, where because the request has been flushed out of the system once. So I just need to go down once more. Now the down case, what should happen in case of down case? If I click up on this level, it shouldn't be moving anywhere. It's just sort of says I'm moving up, 2 seconds later down, closes and clears the thing. Same, moves up, 2 seconds, clears the request. So I just need to make sure that my clear request and the set interval, this one can work by me having even a clear timeout. In just a moment, I need to confirm this, because now this we won't be having like memory leaks and other things that are necessary for JavaScript to work well. So let's try again. Click up, 2 seconds, clear interval. Now this is a timeout. Should have run after 2 seconds. Oh yeah, it's because I'm missing the critical values here. Like that. Yes. Now this should work. Click up, 2 seconds, clear interval. This should. Now there's another issue with the JavaScript. Can you really nest clear timeouts and clear intervals? Can you nest clear timeout in a clear interval? Within the callback of set interval. Okay, it says it can work based on AI. Otherwise, yeah. So let's just find why this is not working. But this works. Okay, can't seem to find a good reason why. So for now I need to move this together there. What if there's no clear timeout? Up, is it because the clear timeout is called fast before? That's something I can investigate later. Let's just make sure this is there. Now okay, yeah, this is an issue, and it could be the reason as to why it has not worked. I cleared the interval before I cleared the timeout, so chaos decided to work out. So click up, what about I remove you? Yeah, the issue is that it will just keep on. So this is critical to stop our loop. Well, this is a bug for another day. So let's deal with the down direction. The up direction we have checked and cleared that up works correct as we expect. So the next target is how can we deal with the down direction. So likewise, if direction is down, if direction equals to down, so the elevator is moving down. So there are a few things that we need to look at. So we'll look at the new level against the target level, new level against the target level with some other clause to make sure that everything is okay. So if new level equals to target level, we are not supposed to go anywhere. So new level should remain the same. So else if, so this the next one that now will help us go down. So this is like if new level is less than target level, so this one is going to help us like new level, if the current level is less than the target level, we need to subtract and go down. New level minus equals 1. So that's the current one. And else if the new level, like the current level, is greater than the target level, just add. Then of course we are not supposed to go beyond the targets. So new level is below or equal to mean level. Adjust new level equals to mean level. Else if new level is greater than or equal to total levels, the new level equals to total levels minus 1. So let's try it out. So we are going down. It should not move from index 7. That makes a lot of sense. So we are going down from here, should now go down. Now it should be subtracting from the yeah, this is wrong. Let's try again. Yep. So based on this, it seems everything's working. So we can say passengers requesting the elevator works. So I can be able to request the level. So one thing I can do is, so okay, anyway, I can be able to request an elevator. It comes to where I am. It sort of stays there for 2 seconds, closes whichever it does, and then clears everything, like it drops whatever it does. So let's say the moment it reaches my level, it sort of opens up. So even if there are 10, 20 requests coming in, then it should be able to service them all in the order of appearance. But that's a big question. I can't really say whether it works unless I hit the buttons here and we see what happens. So this user 1, user on level, this is level, let's call this one ground floor, whichever, level 1 to level, okay, this is level 0 ground floor. So a user on level 1 requests that they want to go up, and another user on level 5 requests that they want to go down. What will happen? You see, that's an issue. So it has sort of serviced both the requests at the same time. So if the elevator is not engaged, only if it's not engaged, that's when it should be able to pick up the next request. So I need to add that one to my here. We can say here now, if an elevator is not engaged, that is when it can serve the next request. So it means one way of solving this, is using a timeout function that always runs. Or there's even a better way. Instead of using a timeout function, let me write this in caps. Or instead of using a timeout function, we call next request if an action occurs. So this is what we use. This is what I usually use in my coding. So timeouts are not great things to use unless you have a fixed timeout that should happen when necessary. For example, a good timeout, though it's not a timeout. For example, in Django, you have Django Python celery tasks. You have tasks, retry tasks. So with retry tasks, it will only retry 5 times. That's more of a timeout. But with now it will only retry the number of times that you have asked it to retry. If it's 5 times, 10 times, that's the only time it can retry. Otherwise, if you are trying to retry a task that you don't even know that it exists, for example, you want to be sending verification emails or welcome emails for those users who haven't received the welcome emails. So you can't use a timeout for that case. You have to use a different strategy of timeout. That's where cron tabs or cron jobs come into play. So it's like a task that should run after every 2 minutes, so that one will be sent from the system itself. If you try to use a timeout in such a function, for example, or in such a task where you will be checking the database for every 30 minutes for new emails, you realize your memory will be full or your system will fail. For example, the best and fastest way of checking that out is just use a 1 second timeout of checking the database whether there's a new email that needs to be sent. Yeah, your system will crash. So that's where action comes in. You only send the email once when a user signs up. That's when a new user entry is done into the database. Else, once a day, whenever you are clearing any pending tasks. So that's using cron jobs. So for this case, we shall use this method of using events. But due to time, this is 5 hours, that means it's in. trying to solve this few lines of JavaScript, 300 lines of JavaScript with 300 plus 377 lines of JavaScript plus, well, yeah, that's 400 lines of code. That's 5 hours in of us trying to resolve or solve. It's not really solving code, the elevator problem. So that's a lot of time, 5 hours of coding, just chilling here and pushing everything forward. So I kindly ask that you watch out the channel for the next session, where now we shall now move a little bit faster, because the first one was a little bit slow, little bit clunky after using AI for a very long time. But now I think I have some grasp of what I'm doing. I was just recalling how coding works generally. So if you have reached this level, this is what we have done so far. I'll just publish this, and then in fact let's just do a quick publish here. I'm going to stop this server like that, and we are going to publish everything. So clear git status. We don't have a git folder, git init, git add dot, git commit -m. We are doing elevator problem in JavaScript. It's not solving the elevator problem, already it's been solved. So it's just like, how can I rebuild the same thing? And after that, of course, we need to add the git remote. You can use the gh command, help. Do we have repo clone examples? Do we have repo create? Okay, let's try gh repo -- help. It's going to say following formats G by URL. So it's saying create. We do a repository can be supplied as an argument in one of the following. So I'm going to try gh repo create dalmasonto / elevator _problem. I need to pass in public. So we have a new created repo here. So I'm going to copy this and git remote add origin. Is that the command? Yes, git remote --v. So one thing we can add here is a readme quickly, readme.mb, and I'm going to say elevator problem, coding an elevator problem. Now program in JavaScript. In this repo, we try to solve the problem using JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. To try it out, git clone the repo and run the project using Live server. This is a live server or nodemon. Just find a way. So let's git clone, do that. Okay, I needed to use paste like that. Yeah, that's it. Git add dot git commit -m add readme, and then we just hit git push. I need to just do git push set upstream origin main. No, I just need to close this. Okay, I messed that one. I need to copy this, and then yeah, that's it. So just go to github.com dalmasonto elevator problem, and you'll find it there. So let me show you. Just a moment, I need a tab browser there. So if you go to, I don't know, need to go to github.com dalmasonto. Also you can find task flow over there. So we are there. So if you search here for the elevator problem, you will be able to find it here. So here it is. And besides that, I do have task flow, a good task flow task management for AI agents. So that is if you're using Claude, Codex, Cursor, etc. You can set up task flow, and agents can talk to each other. They can track tasks, track reports, track projects, etc. Yeah, that's it for today. Part 2 will be coming in soon for the same, now to close up or link up everything an elevator does. So far we have a good start. A user can request an elevator. For example, a user on floor 5 can say want to go up, so they can say I will go up. So the elevator will move to floor 5 up. It will open up. That's why the red has been removed. A user on floor 4 can say I want to go down, and the elevator will move to that specific location, to that specific level for the user to go down, but only if, so currently it's like just requests. Otherwise, if 2-3 users try to ask the same elevator, so it's going to fail. So that's one of the things that we'll be covering the next session. How can we track both up, down, and make sure the elevator can only engage a single passenger at a time. If you have requested up and it's moving up, it can only go up till that level. That's when it will pick the user who is already there, and then it will service the next request. Yeah, so that's it. Thanks for watching. I welcome you to the next flow.